Well, alright. Hello, folks. Welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's been a while, everybody. Figured I'd hop on and throw a stream up, seeming as I have a nice long weekend away from work. Have Monday off for the holiday. So I figured, what the heck, let's go ahead and throw a stream up for everybody, seeming as it's been so long. In front of us, we have the beautiful, newly released iniBuilds A300-600R. Looking absolutely beautiful in front of us in American Airlines colors. Have a couple of classic American Airlines A300 routes going on today, taking us from Orlando, Florida to Kingston, Jamaica. Now that would be a original route that they actually would have done. From there, we're kind of doing something custom, and we're going from Kingston, Jamaica over to San Juan, Puerto Rico. So those are our routes today, ladies and gentlemen, in the A300. Those are routes that American would have used the A300 for in the 90s, I believe, and then even as far as up to, like, I think I read, like 2006 or even 2009, they were still using their A300s on those routes. So looking forward to those today. We have W's here. Welcome, my friend. We have Peter. How's it going? Farmer is here, as always. Long time no talk, my friend. Welcome. Happy New Year. I hope you are doing well. Not the new year for us yet. We are getting closer and closer to 2024. Absolutely insane how fast the time is flying by, folks. Absolutely insane. I'll go ahead before we jump into the flight deck and get everything going and just give my initial thoughts on the airplane. Not sure how many of us in chat have acquired the airplane already, but I may as well give my first impressions. I absolutely enjoyed it yesterday. I only have one flight under my belt with it. I haven't done anything else. It's very A310-like, so if you have been flying the iniBuilds A310 that's currently in the simulator, you should have no problem adjusting to the A300. I didn't notice anything different. Well, there are slight differences in the flight deck. A few extra things you have to do as far as buttons and whatnot, but other than that, a lot of it was exactly the same, and it flew like an absolute dream. It flew nice and smoothly, and I think that iniBuilds actually hit it out of the park with this one, which I'm actually really happy about, because this one has been on my list of purchases for quite a while now. And even though I've been off stream for some time, it does not mean I haven't been flying. I've been flying often, and I've actually been doing a lot of general aviation flying as opposed to airline flying, so I've been spending a lot of time in a Cessna 152, just doing a lot of GA stuff, excuse me, and having a lot of fun on that route. So a lot of good stuff going on here, folks. I hope everyone's having a great ending to the new year, and I hope everybody is enjoying the holidays with their friends and family. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump inside the flight deck of the A310. I lied, not the A310, the A300. Jump inside the flight deck of the A300 and see what we have going on here. So, jumping inside now, everything is looking wonderful. As you can see, flight deck, like I mentioned, is extremely close to the A310. So if we look around, everything almost looks identical, which is nice and easy for us. Nice and easy for us to get acclimated to the airplane, which is really nice. So, first route today, folks, like I said, is taking us from Orlando, Florida to Kingston, Jamaica. So it should be good. Cole, what's going on, my friend? He says, hey, my buddy Michael, what's up, my friend? Hope you're having a great New Year's Eve and are going into the new year in style. Alright. Let's get into business here. Heading up to the overhead panel, let's turn our battery switches on. There we go. Battery switches are coming to life. We'll kind of give everything a few moments to get up and running here before we initiate ground power. Alright, we'll go ahead and initiate ground power now. There we go, ground power has been turned on. We'll go ahead and get our galley power on as well. Excuse me. We'll get our emergency exit lights armed, because we need to get those armed right away. Get our nav lights on as well, so people know that the airplane is under power. And that's about all we need to do so far. Oops, nope, we're forgetting something important. Have to get our IRS switches over to nav and confirm that they go into align mode. Yep, align, align, and align. Lovely. Hey Michael, it's been a while since I've been on here. Yeah, it's been a while since I've streamed, my friend. Been very busy lately. Clear that master caution warning for us. So the airplane is getting underneath power here. The first thing we need to do is come down to the MCDU. I'll go ahead and zoom that in a little bit for everybody. Whoops, quite that much. Just so everybody can see what we're entering in here. We are on the init page, and that's the first place that we need to start. We can see it's telling us to align the IRS, but before we can align the IRS, we have to enter in our basic flight plan information so we know where we're going. So we are going Kilo Mike Charlie Oscar. That's going to be for Orlando. And then we are heading to Mike Kilo Juliet Papa. And that is going to be for Kingston, Jamaica. Enter that in. Sorry, I have to clear my throat. Man, I haven't talked this much in forever. Alright, let's grab a look and see what our alternate is. Alternate on this route, ladies and germs, is going to be Santiago, Cuba. Interesting. So we're going to be Mike Uniform Charlie Uniform for our alternate. We'll hit return. Alright, our cost index for this flight, let's pull up our SimBrief OFP. Actually, you know what? One thing I haven't done yet. I'm going to bring up our cameras very quickly, excuse me. And we need to get over here. That way I can make that a custom camera view. Oh, bravo. Okay. Looking at the EFB right now, there is something that we need to do. We need to come over here to My Flight, and we need to import from SimBrief. There it is, Orlando International to Norman Manley International in Kingston, Jamaica. Departure time is 15:20 Zulu. Arrival time is looking like 17:07 Zulu, so that's cool. We have our METAR data here, our routing data here. So, next up, we will bring up our SimBrief OFP on my other screen here, and find that our cost index is 25. That's nice. Got a nice cost index of 25. Our cruising altitude is 350. Not too shabby. Our flight ID today is going to be AA3256. That's just one I've made up when I was generating the flight plan. I couldn't find the original flight numbers for this route, unfortunately, so that's kind of what we're going to have to deal with. We can align the IRS now. So now that we've selected the IRS to be aligned, we can bring this up here to status. And that'll give us 5 minutes until the IRS is completely aligned. We have to wait a little bit for that. About 5 minutes before we can proceed with a few things here, but we can get our cruise wind populated, which is going to be average of 256 at 72 knots. All right. Lovely. Everything is looking good there, and now the next part we have to come over to our fuel page, but before we go any farther, we actually need to come over here to the MCDU. We need to come to our weight and balance, and we need to update from SimBrief, which I actually like that you can do here. Just put in your exact load from your SimBrief flight plan. As you can see, we're taking 186 passengers today, for a load of 40,186 pounds with 33,069 pounds of fuel, and plenty of cargo to go along with that. So we're going to apply the load to the airplane, so that's already all set and ready to go. Fueling the aircraft complete in 7 minutes. Yeah, we'll let that go. We're not going to hit refuel now or anything like that. But our block fuel for this flight is going to be 33,070 pounds. So we're going to do 33,000 point, decimal point, non-decimal point. Let me click you. There you go. That was weird. Perfect. Our zero fuel weight, which we just had on our EFB, is going to be 237.4. Wonderful. All right. And then our zero fuel weight center of gravity, which we also need to enter in, is going to be 27.53. Alright, so we have our weights initiated and everything all set and ready to go. In the McDo, the airplane is just going to continue to fuel up here as we go along. So, excellent, that's ready to go. Flight plan, everybody, we can start getting this entered in for us. Let's go over here to our iPad because we can actually grab that information right here from my flight. Excuse me, everybody, I have to blow my nose, but my hanky isn't here with me, so give me 2 seconds. I have to go grab it. Sorry. Sorry about that, folks. I have to grab my hanky. Actually, getting over a cold, believe it or not. Okay. Awesome, awesome. Alright, looking at our routing, we're actually not going to use that. We're going to go over to our OFP and enter everything in. So, out of Orlando, we are departing on runway 35 left. So we'll come over here to SID. We will enter in runway 35 left, and we are taking the D-Danny 3, which is right here. Lovely. And our transition is going to be Valka. And there it is. So we can insert that in. Our departure is all loaded in and ready to go now. From Valka, we are heading direct to eBay. Direct to eBay. Just Echo Bravo Alpha Yankee Yankee. Alright, from eBay, we are heading on over to the Q97 airway, which is right there. And from there, we're taking Tovar, which is our first selection. From Tovar, we are heading to the Yankee 297 airway. So we'll come over here and select the Yankee 297. And we're heading to Ursus. From there, lovely. From Ursus, we are hopping on another airway. It looks like the UP 406. That might not be an airway, actually. I don't think it is. I think that's a waypoint. Uniform Papa 406, yes. It doesn't seem like it likes that, so that's interesting. Yeah, UP 406. We don't have that option here for an airway. That's interesting. And I tried entering that in, and it doesn't look like we are getting any luck. UP406, new waypoint, we aren't getting anything. Okay, so that's annoying. So we have to figure out something here. Going from Ursus. UP406. Give me a moment. I wonder if we can just go direct to Bilsey and just kind of... Oops. Let's just kind of bypass that UP406 and go direct to Bilsey. Oh well, this isn't real life. We don't have to worry about that, right? There we go. So we're just bypassing that altogether. From there, we are going UL795. These all seem like airways to me. But we're not getting... Oh, there it is. UL795. And there's UP406 right there. And it wouldn't let us take it from Ursus, but it's letting it take it. It would let us take it from Bilsey. It's very interesting. Not sure what the deal is with that, but oh well, no big deal. We'll continue right along here. From the UL795 from Bilsey, we're going to Lennox. From Lennox, we are hopping on the UL417. There it is. Heading to Nef2. So we just have to find Nef2. There it is. Perfect. From Nef2, we are hopping on the UP525, which is an option. Terrorist, okay. Let's go ahead and go from UP525 to Imebu. From Imebu, we are heading direct to Kenyo. So finally a nice direct route. Oh, that's our SID. Okay. Cool. So that means we can head on... Jesse said terrorist. Oh, jeez. Let's head over to our star. And we are taking ILS runway 12. And we are hopping in on the Kino 3 arrival. And that is going to be direct Kenyo for the transition, which we don't have as an option. Hey. Okay. But we can insert that, and we can actually come down here to where Kenyo was supposed to be. Or Kino. Oh, no, Kino is there. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that. We do have a discontinuity, so we will have to take care of that. So, to take care of that, let's get this back to normal flight plan. Our IRS is all aligned, as we can see. Let's get this over to plan. Get our constraints on. And then let's just simply step through these waypoints and just make sure everything is looking nice. Ooh, there's the discontinuity. We do have to get out of there. There we go. Let's keep going along here. And right on in. Okay, looking good. There's our go around if we have to. Alright, I am happy with that. That's why we can't have nice things, exactly. Okay, looking good as far as that is concerned. There are a few things that we need to do as well, preliminary, before we proceed any further. One, that's getting our other horizon here all synced up. There it is. We need to set our altimeter, because in this airplane, the old B trick on the keyboard don't work. So we have to come over here, and we need to find our airport's weather at Orlando. Looking like the altimeter is 3028. So we'll go ahead and set that to 3028. There it is. Lovely 3028. We will do the same on our backup. And then we need to do the same on our first officer side. Lovely. Okay. 3028 is all set and ready to go as far as that is concerned. Next thing we need to do is we need to come down here and get our takeoff and our approach all set and ready to go. So, to get this information, our performance information, we need to come over here to the fly pad. Come over here to performance. Getting runway 17 left, that's not correct. We are departing runway 35 left out of Orlando, so we need to change that. Runway 35 left. Now what happens if we hit sync? Oh, that's cool. So we do get that. Interesting. Our weight, is that going to be correct yet, or are we still fueling? I think we may still be fueling, or is fueling all done? Actually, fueling's all done. Lovely. So our actual takeoff weight is 269.4 kilo. What's going on? I changed my name for the last time a few months ago. Probably don't remember me. Yes, I do remember you, friend. I do. Alright. Now that we have our weights, let's just check that one more time. Takeoff weight 269.4. Which we do have entered in here, which is nice. We can calculate our performance, which is going to give us our speeds over here. We have a flex to temp of 63. So we can enter that in first. So we'll come over here, get our flex to temp set. But before we get any of that, we actually need to come up here, set our yaw dampers, pitch trims, and engine trims, so we can even enter that information in. There we go. So we're going to go to 63, which is going to give us a pretty high engine target of 95.8. So we will be rocketing out of here. Absolutely lovely. So now, let's go check these speeds again. So we have V1 154, rotate 163, and V2 163. Okay, so 154 and 163. And our V2 is 163 as well, but we set the V2 speed. Oh, well, what's happening, friend? We set the 163 for our V2 up here on our speed. So we should have 163. Come down here, make sure it agrees, which it does. Okay. Thrust reduction altitude, 1,590 feet. We're going to do acceleration of 3,000. Okay, awesome. Approach, we don't have to worry about this yet, seeing as we are not even going to be entering this in until we are arriving. So cool, the airplane is pretty much almost already set up and ready to go for us to get out of here. So let's head up to the overhead panel. We need to do a few other things before we leave. We'll get this over here to position, just so we can reference that if we ever need to. We have faults on all of our pitch fields, just because we don't have anything going on to the airplane right now. We can get our electronic hydraulic pumps on as well as our PTUs, and then we will also get these engine pumps on once the engines are started. Duh! Everything's looking good as far as our lights are concerned. Seatbelt signs are going to go on. No smoking signs are going to go into auto. Heading up here again, these are our electrics. We will just leave these the way they are. You can see our hydraulics just turned on our spoilers for us there. How's it going? It's going good, friend. Busy. Busy, busy. But other than that, it is good. I hope everything's going well for you also. When you were gone, I had 400 subs and became a mod. Nice. Okay. Let's see. What did I want to do? Oh, start the APU. That's important. Go ahead and get the APU master start switch on. APU fuel pressure low light has extinguished. We can hit start on the APU to get that started. So let's go ahead and jump outside and have a look at the airplane while the APU starts up. So glad that you're back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. There goes the APU starting to get fired up now. Alright, APU's getting fired up, and look at the airplane. It's just such a nice aircraft. iniBuilds did a very swell job with the airplane, and this is one I've been looking forward to for a while. I always said that the A310 was just a tease for the A300 when iniBuilds initially released the A310. I was kind of like, man, we need the A300, so now that it's finally here, I bought it on release day. Had no hesitation. Delicious coffee. Okay. Let's head back into the flight deck here. There we go. What do we got? What do we got for a master warning? Left forward cabin not closed, we know that. APU low pressure, that's not true anymore. Fuel tank pumps on and normal, thank you. We will clear that master caution. We will come down here and clear those system messages as well. Perfect. Okay. Now, one thing that was kind of weird that happened to me yesterday when I was flying this airplane for the first time is that the emergency escape slide over here opened on its own while we were flying, and I'm not sure exactly what caused that. So, hopefully that doesn't happen again. But we flew all the way from Miami to San Juan, Puerto Rico with our emergency slide deployed. So, you know. Bro, I had to wait like 2 hours because my ini manager would just spin for hours when I tried to buy it. The second time it came out, yeah, I had that problem yesterday too. They kept on telling me my credentials were invalid whenever I was trying to buy the airplane. So I was kind of like, what are you talking about? No, they're not. My credentials are in fact valid. But eventually, with some patience, it went through. We were able to download the airplane and jump right in. I'm Kyle, my younger brother kisses me with tongue. Alright. Well, we go ahead and continue right on along here. I think we are all set and ready to go. We're not doing a takeoff shift, so we don't have to worry about that. Getting back up to the overhead panel here, we can get our window heaters on now. We can get our probe heats on also. Our APU bleed also needs to come on. There it is. Get nice and cool for everybody. We'll initiate max cool as well. We won't be stingy with that. We'll let everybody get nice and warm. I mean, nice and warm. Nice and cool. Cockpit door, make sure that's locked. Which it is. Lovely. Go ahead and get our ground cool switches on. Okay, I don't think that there's anything else that we are missing. We'll get our fuel pumps turned on now. We need those. Okay, lovely. I do think we are all set and ready to go for pushback, ladies and germs. I don't think there's anything that we're missing. Actually, there is. We need to come over here and set our autopilot. So we're going up to 35,000 feet, so we'll just select that right up to 35,000 feet. We're not using ATC, so we're not going to care about what they're telling us to do. Turn on the AC. Oh, it's on. If you had to fly a 737 in an emergency, do you think I could land it safely? In that situation, I think yes, it would be safe, and the main reason why I think so, because they just have me set up for an auto land. Which means all I'd have to do at that point is, once the airplane touches down, I just have to use the rudder pedals to keep it straight. And at that point, do I think it would be wonky? Absolutely. Would it be an A+ landing? No. Would I get people on the ground safely? I think so. But what man doesn't say that? I think anybody would say, oh, I could do it. That's okay. Alright, heading selector for runway 35 left. Our runway heading is going to be 5 degrees. So let's get that set up here. 5 degrees. Oops. Way past it. 005 degrees, looking lovely. It's come to this. Okay, Flex 2 temp is all set and ready to go. There's actually one more thing we need to do, and that is our landing elevation. So let's come over here to our landing elevation, which is going to be 18 feet. Right, which means we don't have to select anything because we can only go up in hundreds of feet. So, no big deal. We can leave that at 0. Nothing we need to do anyway. Alright, I'm just trying to think of anything he vaped I did. Just trying to think of anything that I'm missing here before we leave. Yes, there is one thing, and that is our transponder, which is right here. There we go. Okay, I think we are good to go. Our external power is still connected, which means we can come up over here, and we can get our external power off, because our APU gen should be hooked up already. So external power comes off. As you can see, we just switched over to the APU generators, and then we can come over here to our ground services, and we can disconnect the ground power unit, and then we will also disconnect the jetway. The door will be in transit here. We should see the jetway pull away any second now. There it goes. Get some cockpit Doritos and some ranch dipped. Alright. Looking good. We can now ask for pushback. Here we go, ladies and germs. The moment has arrived. What am I looking at? Prepare for pushback and departure. American Airlines is going to be taking care of our handling. We take a look outside. They should be helping us out any second. There goes the chick right here. She's going to wave to us from the outside. Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hello, Captain.
Oh,
we are ready for pushback.
Alright. They're going to do their thing very quickly. Takes them forever. How slow she's walking. I think she'd move a little bit faster than that. Yeah, damn.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
If you haven't done so, folks, I hate to be that cliche YouTube streamer guy that says please hit the like button. But if you wouldn't mind, and you haven't done so already, go ahead and click it for me. It is free after all. I would greatly appreciate that. The A300, everybody. Lovely first wide-body airliner from Airbus. And of course, the best thing, just like the A310, we have a look in our flight deck here. We have a yoke. There's no side stick. But why are we off position here? Thank you, friend. Alright, let's take a look at our airport map here, see what direction we have to push back. I'm thinking it's going to be tail right. I'd just like to make sure. Yeah, it's going to be tail right.
Release parking brakes.
Releasing the parking brakes for them.
Commencing push. All
Commencing
engines
pushback.
clear.
All
Start
right.
at wheel.
So we'll go ahead and get our beacons on now. We'll get our crank switch over to start A. You can see that silenced our packs. Now we'll go ahead and start engine 2. Engine 2 start valve is open. We come on down here to N2. We can see it rising. At 20% N2, we will initiate fuel flow and the airplane should start up engine number 2. Enjoy, everyone. We'll pop over to the wing view once we get to 20%. There's 20%. engine sounds are quiet.
Set parking brakes.
Oh wow, they already have us done with pushback. That was quick. Ignore what our captain's about to say.
We have a good engine start. You can
Not have a
disconnect.
good engine start
Unlocking
yet.
gear.
But now that engine 2 has been started, we'll go ahead and start engine number 1. Same thing, N2's rising at 20% N2. We will engage fuel flow. We'll pop over to the engine view. And maybe the sounds will be a little bit louder because our engine 1 view is just slightly more forward. So maybe we'll be able to hear a little bit better. There's 20%. Fuel flow has been initiated.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Alright. Very quiet engine sounds from inside the airplane, huh? Or is it just me? Alright, but engine number 1 has been fired up now as well. Absolutely lovely. Beacon lights are on, everything's looking good there. Our APU master switch can come off. We no longer need the APU. And then our ignition can come off as well. Awesome, seatbelt signs are on, everything is looking good there. Lovely. We can get our flaps down to 15 degrees. We'll come back over the wing to get those down. Flaps down to 50. We can do a quick flight control surface test. There we go. Right aileron looking wonderful. Left aileron looking wonderful as well. Cool. So heading back to the front of the airplane, we are all ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, to start our taxi. Let's go ahead and get our taxi lights on. Let people know that we are going to start moving here. Bring up our map for reference for exactly where we need to go. It's looking like we are going to taxi straight on here to hotel. And then follow hotel. Or no, we're going on to golf. Follow golf all the way down, take a left at the end, and there is runway 35 left. Releasing the parking brake. And there we go, we're rolling on slightly. Shouldn't need to give us much engine power. The airplane should just accelerate for us here on its own on the ground. And in case anybody doesn't know, I now have rudder pedals, which means I can control the direction of the nose on the ground with my feet as we are streaming here, including the brakes. Very nice to be able to have brake control with our feet. Just makes things so much easier. Taxied in here, there we go. Alright, now we pretty much just follow this all the way down, folks, to the end, where we'll take a left onto the runway. We'll get on out of here. I wonder if iniBuilds is going to update the engine sounds, because they seem kind of quiet to me. Yesterday I didn't have my headphones on when I was flying. I was playing it through my sound system. So, I'm not sure if that might have something to do with it or what. But it's quiet. And let me tell you, this airplane loves to be fast on the ground. She gets going awfully quick. Going to Jamaica, man. That was a horrible accent. That's okay. TF Green. Oh, God. I do have TF Green's Payware Airport for the simulator, but I don't want to fly on the local airport too often, you know? Woo, 25 knots on the ground. You see what happens? You look away from your speed for a few seconds. Before you know it, you're cooking. Taxiing like a true Southwest Airlines pilot, that's for sure. I wonder if anybody has any New Year's festivities planned. I do not. I'm just getting over a cold, so I'm not gonna be going out or doing anything tonight. But here comes our turning point up here, ladies and gentlemen. We're taking that second left just ahead of us, not the first. That'll get us ready to get lined up with runway 35 left, and then we are going to line up and take position and hold just to make sure we have everything all set up and ready to go. There's that speed getting away from us again. Go tap the brakes as we approach this turn. Runway 35 left, straight ahead. Alright, there we are, all lined up, ready to go. Let's just check a few things here. Let's check our flaps. Slats are at 15, flaps are at 15 degrees, which is what we want. Lovely. We'll get up here, get our nose lights into takeoff, get our landing lights on as well. We need those. Strobes will come up into auto, and I do believe that we are all set. Flex 2 temp is set to go, which means we can initiate toga. Alright, everybody. Simulator volume is coming up as loud as we can get it, almost. Enjoy the departure in the Airbus A300. Throttle levers are to come up to 50%. There they go, releasing brakes and pressing toga. Enjoy. here nice and straight. And V1 rotates. She wants to come up off the ground on her own, which is perfect. And up we go, ladies and gentlemen. Positive rate, gear up. Follow our flight director on the way out. Okay, awesome. We can start our right-hand turn now. To get on course, we need to lower the nose of the airplane just a little bit. We need to come into climb mode. The airplane's very light, so it's not going to take a lot of acceleration power here to get us moving. Lovely Florida. Thanks, Farmer. Oh, we're overspeeding, huh? That's not good. Hold on a second, folks. We'll take care of that. There we go. It's because the airplane's very light and it wants to climb like a bat out of absolute hell right now. Okay, flaps clean, slats coming in. We'll get our profile. Oops, no, we don't need that. We'll get our nav mode selected first, then profile, and our autopilot will come on. There we go. Autopilot has taken over. Look at that, already about to surpass 10,000 feet. We are climbing at almost 4,000 feet per minute here. Absolutely rocket ship of a takeoff. There goes 10,000. We no longer need our landing lights on, so we can get those both retracted. Now we are at acceleration altitude, so we're going to accelerate to 317 knots. The airplane's very loud outside, so let's turn down the sim volume a little bit here. There we go. No emergency slides are deployed either, like we had yesterday when I was practicing with the airplane. But yeah, the A300 is basically the A310, ladies and gentlemen. If you've been flying the A310, you should be able to take the A300 with no problem. Seeming as the A310 is just a shortened version of the A300, you just have to account for longer fuselage length and tail scraping the airplane on your landings and departures. Other than that, there's not really anything you have to worry about. The airplane wants to come right up off the ground during departure. Absolutely lovely. The airplane just flies amazingly. Let's get back into the flight deck here and just make sure everything's going smoothly for us. There we are at 317 knots, just passing 13,000 feet on our way up to 35,000. But the flight deck is so quiet. I'll turn the sim volume back up for everybody so we can have a little bit more sound. The flight deck is just so quiet. That's maybe something I'm hoping they're going to change, because I can barely hear the engines at all. No, I realize in real life you probably wouldn't hear them anymore at this point in the flight deck, just from the windshield noise and everything else you have going on, so maybe it's for realism purposes, who knows. But still climbing very nicely here, just past 15,000 feet. 395 knots on the ground, that's an incredible speed already. Wait, why are we not following our flight plan here? This has done this to us before. Yep, it's not following our flight plan. That's not good. We don't have a discontinuity, do we? I just noticed that. Luckily, we were paying attention, but the A310 likes to do this as well. That after you depart, it doesn't stay on track, but luckily we noticed, so we can manually get ourselves on track here for course. The curse of live streams, nothing wanting to work suddenly. No, like I said, it's happened before, and the one thing that I think may have been the problem is I don't fly with any assists. So, from what I originally read, if you fly with any assists on in any way, like auto rudder or assisted yoke or anything like that, that would make the nav system not work in the iniBuilds A310. Not sure if that's the case here, but we are still heading towards MEGs, or MEGs. I'm thinking what we're going to have to do is more than likely go direct to Valka. Let's go direct to Valka. Valka isn't even an option. Let's go direct to Valka. Insert that. Now let's click nav. Let's see what we get. There we go. Seems to be following it now, so that's cool. Can you be mod in the Discord? I don't think we need any mods in the Discord. As you can tell, it not a lot of noise going on in there to require a mod, my friend. Very nice. I just wish that the interior sounds of the airplane were louder. Because you can't hear the engines even up here. You can't hear a thing. Engine sounds are very, very quiet. go. Just about to hit 25,000 feet on our way up. Actually, one thing we need to do that we haven't done yet is we haven't set ourselves to standard mode, which we just did. So now we're at 2 across all of our altimeters. We always have to make sure we remember to do that. Hey, looks like it's following everything now. Get out of here. Looks like it's following everything now. That was a little weird. We'll just have to keep an eye on that and make sure we don't have any further issues with that. Time to go, 1 hour and 26 minutes until we arrive at our destination, ladies and gentlemen. So, not a very long flight here on our way out. We're going to be cruising down the coast of Florida pretty much the entire way. We'll get right up top so we can see the beautiful views of the Florida coast in our lovely A300. Now, my first landing attempt, ladies and gentlemen, I got a minus 256. So it was a little stiff, but nothing, I don't think, that would have damaged the airplane in any way. One thing I noticed, it tends to sink a little bit. Like I said, when you let that power off, she really comes down hard. So it's just all about relearning this and kind of learning the airplane a little bit to see what we got here. It's a hard plane to land on, sweat it? Yeah, no. It's a heavy bird. Big airplane, you know. Alright, now that we are plenty up high here, let's go ahead and start some music. I just wish that the airplane, you know, we're getting a lot of windshield sounds right now, which, like I said, I'm assuming is all the sounds that you get. But the one thing I'm kind of noticing that it's missing is kind of like those deep bass vibrations that you get kind of in like the PMDG 737. Like, for instance, when you come back here to your wing view, as lovely as this looks, you'd at least get some kind of like noises, and you don't really get that with this so far. Not sure if it's by design. It's okay. Perhaps that will be fixed later on down the line. Looking like our music service isn't working for some reason. It was working yesterday. Oh my. It's quite the turn, airplane. Easy now. Hey, loaded. What do you know? My playlists over here. Stream playlist. Let's get it going. On music, play. Anyone, let me know if you can hear the music. Let me know if it needs to be turned up, if the volume is good. Let me know, please. how long I've been streaming? On and off for about a year. A little bit over than that. A little bit over a year now. Just about to pass 32,000 feet. We were streaming more often last year, before my career outside of streaming kind of gained a little bit of traction. So yeah, it kind of gets tough to stream when you have a full-time job already, and then you get home at 4:30, and by the time I cook dinner and start streaming, it's 6 o'clock. But I'm going to make my best attempt that I possibly can to start streaming more and more as time goes on. I imagine some of the OG followers of the channel are going to start popping in here soon as they check their notifications on their phones. Ground speed 485 knots. We are absolutely cruising. Already coming off possibly near Miami. Maybe underneath us here. Let's have a look. Oh no, I lied. I don't know why I thought we were near Miami already. We are passing Stuart, Florida, which is currently the town that we are flying over at the moment. And then, as we keep on heading here, we're going to go past Jupiter, Florida, and then Palm Beach. We'll be flying over West Palm Beach Airport. Eventually going over to West Palm Beach, flying right on over Palm Beach and Delray. And then off the right of the airplane, we will be passing Boca Raton, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami. And we'll see if we'll be able to see any land of that once we get there. Guess who's packed? What's going on, Foot? Welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Good Sunday. Good Sunday so far. Can't complain at all. Alright, we are at 35,000 feet, ladies and gentlemen. That is cruising altitude. Come down here and take a look at our progress. We have 573 nautical miles until our destination. Our ground speed's 451 knots, so not too shabby. Pretty nice ground speed for us. Now that I think we're cruising, the actual air seems nice and smooth, so we can turn our seatbelt sign off. People need to use the restroom and get up and stretch their legs, and now would be the time to do so. You're sitting at 770 subscribers as well. Subscriber count hasn't dropped off too much, seeming as I've been gone for a little while. I'm gonna try to stream as often as I can. Usually it's like whenever I feel like it, and that was me yesterday. I was kind of like, I haven't streamed in a long time, so. Water to seat 16F, please. Well, who is running our in-flight services today? Foot, is that you? You better get water to that seat now, man. Anybody else pick up the A300 yet? Or does anybody else fly the A310? Got it? Nice. I've been watching this for a while, and iniBuilds even announced their A350, I think, as well as an A380. I think, if I'm right about that. I thought I read that. I might be incorrect. We're still waiting on the FlyByWire A380, which at this point, God knows when that's going to release. They did just share some previews of it, though, that look very nice and very promising, but at this point, who knows when we're going to get a release of that. You know, like I said, I went many months of getting my hopes up, thinking it was going to be the end of 2022 it was going to release. Now we're here at the end of 2023, and we're still not at the release of the FlyByWire A380. So, who knows when that's coming out. Now that we have Flight Simulator 2024 on the horizon, you know, you're kind of wondering, like, alright, you know, we're going on quite a while, but I'm sure it'll be worth it if the A380 by FlyByWire is very good. Let me just research that very quickly as to whether I am correct. If iniBuilds is making an A380, I thought I saw something about that. iniBuilds has said that the Airbus A380 project first announced back in 2019, is being rebuilt from scratch. Oh, Lord. Before being released on Microsoft Flight Simulator, while no time frame for release was given, the developer said that the A380 would be built alongside its newly announced Airbus A350. The update on the iniBuilds A380 comes after FlyByWire shared an update on its A380 earlier this month. The developer, well known for its A321X, offered a new look at the external model of the aircraft, particularly focusing on engines and the underside, and a glimpse into the A380's FMS. Well, okay. So we'll see. The Airbus A350 by iniBuilds is expected in 2024. So we'll see. Any new planes on this game? Haven't played it for ages. Oh, there's a ton of new stuff. This being one of them, the A300, highly anticipated release by iniBuilds. As far as like any new airliners or anything are concerned, I don't think too much has dropped. A lot of general aviation stuff has come out. I haven't really checked the marketplace out in a while either. Like I said, off stream, I still fly a lot off stream, and I've been doing a lot of general aviation flying, and I actually started with a program called NeoFly, and NeoFly is kind of like a career mode for the simulator. So I've been starting with that, just enjoying a lot of Cessna 152 action, and I'm probably going to be moving my way up to the Britain Norman Islander shortly, so that's exciting. So we'll see what's going to happen with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. But the airplane in general, the A300, looks fantastic. The exterior is extremely well done. I don't have any complaints on it whatsoever. Everything looks absolutely fantastic on it. It's just a elongated version of the A310, or I should say the A310 is a shortened version of the A300. So, really nice. Any new Airbuses? Yes, this one. This is a new one. Airbus's first airplane right here. The A300. And I am enjoying it a lot so far. It seems to be following our nav path nicely now, after it wasn't the first time, but now we are doing nice as far as that is concerned. And 519 nautical miles until our destination. Other than that, I'm not sure. I think I saw like the A318, A319 were released by Latin VFR. I'm pretty sure they released an A350, or is that an A330? I think it's an A330. So I think there's I wouldn't call it study level for the A330, but I've heard it's pretty decent. I have not picked it up yet, but that is available in the marketplace. So, both Xbox and PC users. In other recent developments, PMDG has released an announcement on the 777, and they are well underway of developing it, which is absolutely wonderful. Definitely looking forward to that. I can't wait. And that's going to be an expensive buy, everybody. And that's going to be like $110 USD upon release. I have a feeling, just like their 747 was just as expensive for like FSX and Prepared. So we'll see. I imagine they're going to be bringing the 747 over as well as we get there. Gotta go, but I'll be back, Rifle. No worries. Why is our music being such a pain? It is cutting out on its own. I'm thinking I just need to find a new service. I use something called slip.stream. And, you know, while they have really good tunes and really good lo-fi music and chill music to just kind of hang out, it kind of sucks. Because the service itself just seems so laggy. And I don't know why. Like I said, it just... Yeah, welcome back, thank you. So now we go over to our playlists. There we go, now it's actually playing. Thankfully. Alright, let's see if it cuts out again. But we have made it officially past the coastline of Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the last remaining remnants we'll see of the Floridian coastline just over here as we begin to fly out over the ocean, heading towards Jamaica, everybody. Kingston, Jamaica. Our route is going to take us right over Cuba, which is actually pretty cool. And then after that, our short little hop over to San Juan. That'll probably only be about an hour. Probably less than that of a flight time. To get us over to San Juan, Puerto Rico. To enjoy some lovely sunshine and nice tropical weather. Which I think we all wish we were having. Now that it's wintertime here in the States, it's doom and gloom outside. Very gray and rainy looking. Ugh, you know, oh well. Anybody have any fun New Year's plans? Anything going on? Any parties? I know everybody across the pond, you're getting closer and closer to your New Year's Day. Party with the family? Nice. We're just gonna lay low, just hanging out at home. A friend of mine is having a get-together, but I am just getting over being sick with a cold, so I kind of want to just hang out now that I can breathe a little bit on my own without any nasal decongestion spray. I'd actually like to be able to just hang out at home, crack open a few beers, and see how long I can make it to midnight. 1 hour to go, folks. 1 hour until we arrive in Kingston, Jamaica. Now, one thing I did learn yesterday about this airplane, and a warning to anybody that may have picked it up and haven't really flown it as much yet, is that it's very hard to slow it down. So you really want to be sure on your approach and on your descent that you are on key, and try not to deviate too much from your descent, because that's one thing I did notice, is that on the way down she was very fast, and we kind of came in a little bit too fast on the final, and luckily we were able to correct and get the airplane under control. And we did come in, and like I said, we were firm. We came in at minus 256, which for a big airplane like this really isn't that hard, but that would have been firm. So hopefully we'll have better results this time around. She flew like a dream on final, had absolutely no issues getting it in, so hopefully we will have that same luck for our first and second arrivals today. We shall see. That is indeed correct. I have a feeling that we'll be okay, though. I'm really looking forward to the PMDG 747 and 777 when those release. I've tried out the Asobo 747 ever since they said that they released the avionics update on it. And, you know, I still kind of feel the same way as I did previously. I've just always thought that the 747 acts very erratic, especially on final. And I just don't trust it. It puts us in the nosedives and does all kinds of crazy stuff. Too late for a multi-ton plane. I don't know. It just always seems to fly erratically for me. I've never had good luck with it. Hello, Mama. Welcome to the street. Oh boy, the competition. Captain Canada is going live in 3 minutes. Varrox, what's going on, my friend? I am well. How are you? Ooh, itchy eyeball. I hope that you are having a great Sunday. Good to hear, my friend. Good to hear. Thank you for tuning in, taking a look at the lovely A300. You had a good Christmas? I did. Nice to see the family and hang out with everybody, but I am very happy that it's over. Happy New Year to you as well. 2024, what is going on? Kids born in 2018 will be 6 next year. Yeah. I'll be 29 next year now. I'm getting old. Rotate. What's going on, friend? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the iniBuilds A300. On our way to Kingston, Jamaica, one of the classic routes from Orlando that American Airlines operated their A300s on several years ago before they were ultimately retired. And I had no idea that American operated their A300s that late. I think 2009. First time in my streams? Well, cool. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for checking out the channel. I appreciate that. It's the first time I've streamed in quite a while, just due to being busy with my actual job. I don't do this for a living. So, yeah, my first time being on stream in a while, so thank you for checking us out. Try turning 57. You're not old, Ma. You're aging like fine wine. Got the intro music coming in now. We'll probably be starting our descent. If you have a look here, we have 395 nautical miles to go. We'll probably start descending in... Oops, that's not what I wanted. We'll probably start descending in another, I want to say, probably like another 240 nautical miles we'll start descending. So that'll probably be in about another 28, 29 minutes. So hang in tight, everybody. Jamaica isn't that far away from Florida, which is where we departed from. But God, the simulator still looking as grand as ever. Most recent sim update. You know, the one thing I can't stand is whenever there is a new sim update, it reverts all of your graphical settings. Not like the quality, but like your, what do you call it there? Like the TSS and DLSS and whatever the term for that is, I'm forgetting right now. Always reverts it to me, and it always sets it to DX12 or DirectX 12, which I always find looks worse than DirectX 11. I'm not sure if anybody else has that problem, but the DLSS super rendering, or whatever the heck they call it, is supposed to help with performance, but I never find that it does. I always find that turning on my filtering the TAA and adjusting, because we're not running at 4K right now. We tuned it back to 1080, which for being at 1080, it still looks wonderful. But I find when I push it up to that 4K, it can really make things choppy. It depends on the airplane too. This being an airplane that's very heavy on the simulation, it's probably gotten something to do with the frames dropping low, because if I were to hop into a not complex airplane at all, like the Cessna 152, our frames are always in the high 80s. And that's part of the reason why I enjoy flying simple airplanes sometimes, because I don't run into any performance issues. But right now, we're doing alright. We're 40 frames per second steady. So that's looking nice. Remember, everybody, if you haven't done so already, please hit the like button on this stream. And if you are new here, you are enjoying what you are seeing, please feel free to hit the subscribe button as well. We'd all greatly appreciate that. We are sitting at 770 subs, looking to get up to 1,000 eventually. Who knows when that'll ever happen, but maybe one day. So thank you to everybody who has subscribed so far, and thank you all for understanding for me being away for a little while. I'd like to stream more, so maybe I'll try to get the motivation to put up more streams as we go into the new year. Just about reaching the halfway point of our flight, ladies and gentlemen. The coastline of Cuba should be coming into view momentarily from the nose of the airplane. We can't really see it yet because of the cloud cover, but it should be just up here ahead of us. Right about up here will be the Cuban coastline. We'll fly right over Cuba, and then eventually make our way right in for Jamaica, everybody. Kingston, Jamaica to be exact. We're going on vacation from Kingston, Jamaica. After that, folks, we are heading over to San Juan, Puerto Rico, which is a quick little hop, a lot shorter than this first leg here. This first leg was coming in at about an hour and 25 minutes. Our second will be only about 55, so to be a little bit shorter. This first leg that we're doing is based off real-life routes from American Airlines and their A300s back in the late 90s, early 2000s. The second leg, however, was not something, as far as I've researched, it's not something that American would have done with their A300s, but I didn't want to go back to Orlando and do a round trip. I wanted to go somewhere else. And I've flown into San Juan many times, and it's an airport I am familiar with. Pretty easy airport to get in and out of. Nice weather, not a lot of wind. I'm hoping the same for Kingston. God, this airplane looks fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. "45 minutes to go, everybody." Oh, a nice turn from the exterior view. Well, here we go. We're starting to get a look at the Cuban coastline over here to our right. These islands that we're looking at straight off the nose of the airplane, and to the right a little bit, these are going to be Cayo Coco. That's what we are looking at. We are going to fly right over Cayo Coco Jardins del Rey International Airport. That is a mouthful. And that is in Cayo Coco, Cuba. So we'll be flying right over that momentarily. And then just after flying over that, we're going to be making a right-hand turn to fly right over Camagüey, Cuba. After that. I've never flown over Cuba before, so this is fun. Actually, that's probably not true. I think I've flown over Cuba. Why is it giving us the same songs over and over again? We have 35 songs on this playlist, and it keeps on giving us the same ones over and over again. Kind of annoying. Transport Dude, what's happening, friend? Welcome. Thank you for checking out the stream today, popping in, saying hey. Probably don't remember me? Yeah, your name rings a bell, my friend. I'm pretty good with names. Been sub since 150? Well, thank you. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been up on stream, but trust me, the day job keeps me far busier than you could even imagine. I actually just passed 2 of my licensing tests, so that's cool, so gotta get the rest of my licensing applications done for life and health accident. So, officially a licensed life insurance, health, and accident producer now, which is absolutely fantastic. So, finally glad to have that stress off of my shoulders, because, as you can imagine, that's a lot of studying and a lot of time-consuming studying time. So, passed those tests. And now we're in a slow period at work because of Christmas time, so I figured, hey, let's throw up a stream. And, you know, part of it for me, and, you know, I hate to say that I'm in this for wanting to get those subscribers, but I do want to get those subscribers. And it's hard to get subscribers when you can only stream once a week, or once in a blue moon. So maybe we'll see if we can, now that winter time is here, maybe we can see about getting a regularly scheduled Saturday stream going. New Year's in minutes for me, nice. Got about 12 hours and 14 minutes for the new year for us here. So happy New Year to you, Transport Dude. Enjoy 2024. There we go, we can see our top of descent is now highlighted on our map here. So that's in about 100 and I want to say probably 75 nautical miles or so. We are 303 nautical miles away in general from Kingston, Jamaica, now 302. And we are flying along at 452 knots on the ground, which is a very nice ground speed. I'm happy with that. In Mach 0.78. Now, one thing that I did forget to test, and it's just hitting me now, that I never thought to test this was the replay functionality on the A300. I haven't done that yet, so we'll see what happens. I should do an A319 Bangkok Airways, pretty short flight, about 45 minutes. I do not have an A319, my friend. But it's definitely a flight that maybe we can do in the A320. ATR, I do have that, yes. I've only flown it twice, though, or 3 times. There's Cuba, everybody. How does our water look? Our water just doesn't look that great, in my opinion. What's up with that? Or maybe I'm just being too hard on the way the sim looks. For some reason, I remember the water looking better. It just kind of looks fuzzy, at least to my eyes. I'm not wearing my glasses, so that may be part of it. Use the ATR, it takes longer. Yeah, we can throw that on there for sure. I've been meaning to get into the ATR a little bit more. The only problem is it's not used a lot around my neck of the woods, you know, so a lot of times I fly off stream. I don't really fly outside of the United States a lot when it comes to flying off stream, so that's why I really haven't used it. Runway is 2,100 meters. Nice, that's nice and short, but I'm sure the ATR can make it on there no problem. So I'm sure which is why the A319 can, it being a smaller bus. Here we go, playing the same songs over and over again. I don't know what this is doing. Short runway fun to land here. Shorter runways for me aren't always friends. If you saw the Skiathos stream a couple of months back, you'll see we had a hard stop and almost a possible go-around. Sebastian, what's up? Because you remember me? Of course I do. I am well. How are you, my friend? Happy New Year to you. Yep, exactly what I mean, Transport Dude. Short runways and me. Nah, we hit them usually right on the mark. It's just, you know, sometimes I have a tendency to float a lot. I have a tendency to float our airplanes down the runway quite a decent way, and you know, short runways don't always agree with that. But we'll see. Yeah, I think we landed if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the 737-800 that we took into Skiathos. go ahead and take a look at that old stream and fast forward to the landing. It was, whew. I probably would have gotten a phone call from the chief pilot if I were actually landing that in real life. Alright, we are officially flying over Cuba. Well, we're over the ocean still, technically, but this is all Cuba, everybody. It looks rather pretty from up here. Just do an A320 Swiss flight from Zurich to Switzerland and Bergen in Norway. I think we've done Zurich a few times. I think we've done Bergen before, too. I don't remember what airplane we did that in. That was a long time ago. But yeah, you can revisit. Yeah, I'd like to start doing some more challenging approaches. A lot of the times I like to keep things pretty straightforward, just because I'm a straightforward kind of guy and a simplistic kind of guy. Look at that, a nice turn we are seeing from the wing view here. Delicious water. "32 minutes, everybody, until we arrive." Take a look at our MCDU, 243 nautical miles until we arrive. Here is the top of our descent right here. Looks like we are descending at iniBuilds. What are my favorite European airlines? Oh boy, I don't really have a list of that. I mean, there's plenty of them to choose from, and many airlines I don't even know exist. A little bumpy as we're passing over Cuba here. The airplane's rocking just a little bit, but a relatively smooth flight all the way through. Let's take a look at our arrival weather for Kingston, Jamaica. And let's just make sure that we are not going to be flying into anything that we may want to be aware of. I have to go, but keep up the hard work and Happy New Year. Thank you, Sebastian. Happy New Year as well. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for popping in. Weather. Looking at our METAR data for Kingston, looks like we do have altimeter 30.09, 82 degrees Fahrenheit or 28 degrees Celsius, so it's beautiful there. Few clouds at 2,000, broken clouds at 3,200. Visibility is greater than 10 miles, which is wonderful. Winds are coming in 360 at 5 knots, so nice and calm. So we shouldn't have any issues getting this airplane in to Kingston, Jamaica, folks, as far as the wind is concerned, so I'm actually very happy about that. She should drift right in for us, at least I'm hoping. Remember folks, if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button for me, would really greatly appreciate it. We are currently sitting at 13 likes from what I can see, so if you haven't done so already, please hit that button for me. You'd be all wonderful. Try to get the stream up to as many likes as we possibly can. I don't have a goal, but maybe getting to 20. Maybe 20 likes would be a nice goal for our first stream back in a while. I think that's possible. "213 nautical miles to go, ladies and gentlemen. That number is counting down rather fast. We are almost there." Alright, I am going to use the restroom before we come in to start our descent, so I'm going to pop up the restroom sign very quickly. So I will be right back. Don't anybody go anywhere. Alright, I have returned. Alright. Get the bathroom screen away. Right, aircraft, what's going on, my friend? Welcome. Thank you for popping in the stream. Long time no see. Nice to see you. Good to see you. Happy to see you. Alright, 19 minutes to go, folks. Excuse me. 19 minutes to go. Let's head on in here. We have the top of our descent is quickly approaching. And we are arriving in about 145 nautical miles. But I think we're going to start our descent just a little bit sooner. And when I say sooner, I mean like almost now. Because let me check something here. Because these descents can be tricky. Because if it doesn't want us to descend, it's calling us to descend 110 nautical miles out. And that's just kind of asking a lot, so I think we're going to go ahead and start our descent now. We got to be above... It looks like we got to be... We got to be above 5,000 when we first enter in for our approach. So, do we play it safe and go by what the FMC is telling us? Or... Because that's still... Man, that's less than 100 nautical miles to descend from 35,000 feet. I don't... Yeah, no. We're going to descend now. That's not realistic. Just numbers-wise and everything, I don't like the way that sounds, so... We're going to go ahead and start a descent right now. We'll let the airplane manage the descent on its own. So we should start descending here. Maybe. We're going to have to initiate something on our own here. Yep, looks like we're going to have to. Alright. No big deal. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong, why the airplane isn't descending on its own, but we will initiate descent on our own. Have I heard of the Airbus A321 United? Meaning a United Airlines A321? Yes. If you're asking me about an incident or something that have occurred with that particular airplane, then no. I am unfamiliar. Alright, descent has started, ladies and gentlemen. Down we go to 10,000 feet for now, managing the descent on our own here, just for the foreseeable future. Not sure exactly how much longer, but for some reason, and it worked yesterday when I was flying into, when I flew into San Juan from Miami, we were able to bring the airplane into a managed descent mode, and we weren't able to do so this time, so I'll have to research that a little bit and see if maybe there was something I'm doing wrong. The only thing I can think of is maybe because we tried to initiate the descent so far away from the top of our descent based on our flight plan. But to me, excuse me, that would have been 93 nautical miles to descend from flight level 350 in this lovely, very large airplane. And that just didn't seem realistic to me at all. So we started descending early because I know, like, even in like a Boeing, like when we fly the PMDG, and a PMDG 737 cruising at 37,000 feet, your TOD is usually like 145, 150 nautical miles. And I think that's kind of where I may have had a hard time yesterday slowing the airplane down. Because it's not like we were descending too rapidly based on what you'd see for like something like a smaller airplane. And I think that's kind of what I did, because I started the descent and then I walked away for like 5 minutes and let the airplane do its thing. And when I came back, we were only at 100 or 1,500 feet per minute on the descent rate to keep at our speed. And it just ended up being weird, and we ended up coming in way too fast before the final. I was able to get the airplane slowed, but yeah, I just didn't really trust it. Yeah, see, as I kind of suspected, you see, I just kind of feel like we would have been too quick going into it here. Maybe I'm still overthinking it. Who knows? Oops. Should probably get that unzoomed away from there for you guys. So, I think it was the right call, us just starting our descent on our own, because it's not going to affect anything in any way, shape, or form. That's what this doohickey is here for. Let us know exactly where we're going to be when our descent is initiated, and that's currently set for 10,000. So if we wanted to come down even more, down to 4,000, and just watch where that little yellow bar moves, well, we got to be above 5. So initially, yeah. See, it's perfect. I think we started descending right where we needed to. You know, and I'm not sure why this was calculating our top of descent as being now. Right now, right after this turn, we were supposed to start descending. So, I mean, you look at your progress. As far as how far away we are only 99 nautical miles away. So, that just would have been a very steep descent. And maybe it's something I'm doing wrong. Maybe I have to do a little bit of research on the A300's FMS a little bit, see if I'm missing something. Aircraft is in icing range, it's okay, our anti-ice is always set to auto. Never have to worry about that. Anybody want to guess our landing rate? What do you think we're going to get on this big old girl coming on in? What's my favorite airline in Asia? Man. My favorite aircraft or airline... Minus 200, Farmer says. Okay. I would say... I mean, I'm going to be biased and just say Air China. Just because I've flown a lot of 748s. It's hard for me to answer those questions. It's like when people ask me what my favorite airplane... You know, I haven't flown on any of them personally. So... it's hard for me to have a favorite. If I'm going just based on color scheme, there's something I really like about Air China, the way the airplanes look. That's all I can base it on, you know. I mean, Emirates, I mean, yeah, Qatar, I've never flown on any of them, man. You know, it's hard for me to have an opinion on them. Asking me my favorite airplane is something easier. Just because I, you know, have flown a lot of them in sim and, you know, could base an opinion on that. But if you're asking me the best airline I've ever flown on based on the only 2 airlines I've ever flown on in my life, that's just because when I do my flying, those are my go-to airlines. So I fly Southwest Airlines and I fly Frontier. I've only flown Frontier once. And it was good. You know, it was a low-cost airline. You know what I mean? It's a low-cost airline that it just... You get what you're paying for the seat. The seat wasn't comfortable. The tray table was literally, I don't know, the size of an iPad, maybe a little smaller. you know, so it was not a full-size tray table. No beverage service, no snack service, nothing like that. And that was from Providence to Orlando, which is about 2 hours and 45 minutes, 3 hours if you have a headwind. So, you know, you get what you pay for. It was a good experience. Check-in was easy. Southwest Airlines, always have good experiences with them. The only time I have had a bad experience with them, and I have flown on them dozens and dozens of times now in my life, and I think the only bad experience I could say I had with Southwest was most recent time we flew them, which was 2 years ago. It was on our way back. They kind of weren't really giving us any information because one of our flights was delayed, which is no big deal. It happens, you know, we weren't aggravated. We book our vacations in a way so that we fly home on a Saturday, so that just in case something happens with your flights, you still have that Sunday to get home. And we were sitting, I don't even remember what airport it was. I think it may have been, we had a layover in Baltimore, and we were just waiting. Nobody was saying anything. There wasn't any announcements being made, nothing. We're just waiting there being like, okay, there's a plane here. We're at the right gate, but why aren't they letting us on? Oh yeah, we'll start boarding in 5 minutes, right? So they call boarding after like 10 minutes, and we're like, oh yay. You know, we get up and we're all waiting, and I swear, a half hour went by. And more than that. It was like 45 minutes, and everybody lined up for boarding group A, right? You know, like if you've flown on Southwest before, like you do, they call by boarding groups A, B, C, D, and you line up and you board the airplane. And everybody in Group A, which wasn't us, got up and went and waited. But people in Group B will also, you know, you get up, you put your backpack on, you know, you get your shit together, and fucking, ooh, excuse my language, like 30 minutes go by, everyone's waiting in boarding Group A, and ain't nothing going on. So then they had to sit back down. It was just a mess. It took us like and then we got on the plane, and we were waiting again for like another 45 minutes to an hour. And again, no information's being given to us whatsoever. Now it's like 8:30 at night. That's when we were supposed to land back home. Was at like 8. Yeah, it was a night. I'll give it that. It was a night. But that's the worst travel experience I've ever had. It was on Southwest, and that was 2 years ago now. So, am I taking any flights anytime soon? Potentially yes, coming up in February, March. Okay, I think we can slow up our descent now. We need to slow the airplane down to 240 knots, so we will bring up our nose just a little bit here. We'll probably go down to like 1,100 feet per minute on the descent. Need to go. All right, farmer. Take care. Happy New Year, my friend. Thank you for hanging out with us and popping in. Always a pleasure having you here. Alright, so we are already slowing the airplane down. We are coming in a little hot, so we want to get down below 250 before 10,000 feet comes, which it's coming right now at 13,000. Zoom in our nav map just a little bit here. At our current rate of descent, we were perfectly on track to make 4,000 feet by Reno there. So that's our left-hand turn to actually get intercepted with our ILS. So that means we need to do a few things here. We need to come over here to our ILS radio, and we need to enter in our frequency for the ILS. ILS runway 12 here at Kingston, Jamaica, Norman Manley International Airport. The runway is 2,716 meters, 8,911 feet. Plenty of runway for us to use. ILS frequency is 109.1. And the course on the runway is 123 degrees. Let's go ahead and get that entered in. It's pretty annoying how this is one click at a time. Well, I guess if that's the only thing I have to complain about, we're not doing too bad, huh? Alright, we have that all dialed in now, which is exactly what we need. We are at 240 knots at 11,000 feet. Let's go ahead and slow up our descent just a little bit more to about 800 feet per minute. And as we are doing so as well, we will continue to slow the airplane down as we come on in to perfectly manage our descent. Actually, you know what? I think that may have been a little bit too sharp of a decrease. Yeah, how's 900? Because we're going to be slowing the airplane down anyway momentarily, which we should already start doing. So let's bring our speed down to about 220. You're heading to Denver in a few weeks. It's going to be cool. Nice. Oh, freaking cold. Ugh, God, yeah, I can imagine. Trust me, we're cold here as well, and ugh, that's all I have to say about it. Alright, our max decision height going on here is going to be 278 feet. We will enter that in. Final approach. We are not on final yet, so we are not going to click that. Decision height, we have to get that populated in here as well, so 278 feet, although this little dial here only counts up in fives, so we'll take 280. That will do us well. Just about to come down below 10,000 feet, so we will get our landing lights on also. Seatbelt sign is coming back on. It should have come on a long time ago, but oops. Alright, we are looking fantastic. On our way coming down into Kingston. Look at that. Our descent is matching perfectly here. Airplane is slowing down to 220 knots, which is exactly what we want. Eventually slowing down even further, down to about 200 before we lower the slats to prepare our turn to intercept the ILS. Get a look outside here as we come on in. Nothing really to see. Just a lot of ocean. Hey, there we go. There's Jamaica right there, looking very nice off our right wing. But as far as landing rate predictions, what do you think we're going to do? We had Farmer come in and say minus 200. He had to hop out. So what do you think? Minus 200? I think that's a good. I got minus 252 last night or whatever it was. It's which is firm, but none, didn't damage the airplane in any way. So what do you guys think? Give me an idea. Bring down to 800 feet. We'll slow down to 210. Okay, now that we are perfectly on course to intercept the ILS, our descent rate is perfect, our speed is really well also. In just a moment here, once we are about 20 nautical miles out, we are going to slow down again just a little bit, down to 200 knots. And that way we are maybe even slower than that, to be completely honest with you, and we'll draw up the slats. Because we need to make sure that the airplane is plenty slowed down, and that's the one problem I had last night, where I followed the suggestions on the top of descent that the airplane gave us, and we were just bringing this airplane down at 2,700 feet per minute at one point to get down, and you know, we're passing through 15,000 feet at 2,700 feet per minute. The airplane was cooking, and I had to open the speed brakes to get the airplane slowed, and it was no speed brakes today though. We are doing rather nicely with that. Is that a vape? Yes, it is. Damn, yeah. Nice approach, yes. This is very nice. I've flown to Jamaica a few times. First time on stream, though. Believe it or not. Heading over to Jamaica. At least I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you guys have seen me fly to Jamaica before. My room is like a hotel. It's just the decoration, my man. Just the decor. Okay. I think it's about time we slow the airplane down to 200 knots. And we will let out the slats very shortly as well. Alright, we're going to lower the slats. This year went so fast, I know, man. It's crazy. Alright, slats have been lowered. We'll bring the speed of the airplane down a little bit more here to about 190. I don't know why our ground speed is showing as 280 knots when it's actually 205. Very interesting. What graphics card do I have? I have a 3070 Ti. I want to upgrade to a 40 series card in the future. No laptop can support Microsoft Flight Simulator? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure a gaming laptop could with something crazy in it. Because I have seen some very pricey gaming laptops. Not looking to buy them, but just seeing them in advertisements and stuff. I wouldn't personally want a gaming laptop for the Flight Simulator, no. Put ourselves in ILS mode now so that we are looking for the localizer. And then put ourselves in landing mode here. there we go. So now, if everything goes well, the airplane will grab the ILS on its own here very shortly. The last time, or when I say last time, I mean yesterday, it was very sharp on the approach. It caught it very late. So we'll see what it does here. We have Cat 2, which is nice. And there it goes. We're starting our turn. We haven't grabbed onto the ILS yet. There it is. There's the ILS. Awesome. So we'll slow down to 180. Go flaps 15. Get the replay tool open. Like I said, I have no idea how this is going to react. So if it crashes the game after the landing and we don't see the replay, I apologize. We'll just reboot and get to our next stage of flight here. We're about to be on a 10-mile final. We're on a 15 right now. Airspeed is 180 knots on our way in. Landing lights are extended, which is awesome. Everything's looking good up here. Seatbelt sign is on. One thing we do need to do is come over here. We will arm our speed brakes. We will set our auto brake to medium so we get nice and slowed down. Wonder why it's not letting us select it yet. Interesting. Maybe because our gear isn't down. But anyways, our spoilers are armed, approaching 10-mile final. We don't have visual on the runway yet because of the clouds in front of us, but it's not right here in front of us. It's just past the shoreline right here and heading out straight. Thai Royal Air Force just did a flyby. F-16. Nice. Very cool. We have visual with the runway yet. That's not our runway right there, is it? If so, we are very far off. Okay. Flaps 30. This is interesting. Yeah, that's our runway, but it has us coming in not straight. So, I think now it's about time we drop the gear. Because we are coming in fast, because I got distracted. Let's go ahead and take manual control of the airplane now. Because something about that isn't right. Recording has started. Taking manual control of the airplane. Because that ILS was not lined up at all and not proper. Okay. A little zigzaggy here, but we'll get back on track. That was weird. Darn flight simulator. Alright, flaps are full. We are at VREF. We'll go ahead and get the sound up for you guys. Enjoy the arrival. Oh my. I wasn't paying attention. Went to go turn the sound up in the SIB, and now we are high. It came back across, but we'll fix it. We will fix it. We will fix it.
100.
A little high, but we'll stick with it.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Oh, that's what we got last night. Darn. We landed very late as well. There goes our high-speed turn off. Ah, man. So, same result as last night. Did better. Flight number 2. And we were high. And we floated. Okay. We're okay. Alright, speed brake, retract, flaps coming up as well. Now the scenery on this airport, everybody, is very subpar for the default Microsoft Flight Simulator. And last night I tried to find a suitable alternative and came up rather short, unfortunately. And oops, we turned a little early there, my bad. And the reason why I say so is because if you take a look at all the gates, right here, whoa, they're all very messed up. So when the airplane was loading in, it was loading inside the jetway, and it's not good. But we do have some ground spots right here that we will simply take right now and then depart from as well. Although this is a very interesting turn-in, not a lot of room for error here, but we should be good. Not going to be the greatest parking job on the face of the earth, but that's okay. Let's cheat and look outside here. Good enough. Alright, so parking brake is engaged. I think we are good to shut down everybody. Let's get our taxi lights off. Make sure our APU is running, which it is. Go ahead and shut down. Which I don't think I should have done because of the replay. So we're going to see exactly how this goes, ladies and germs. We're going to stop replaying. And we're going to see what happens if we just hit play. Oh boy, okay. Alright, okay. Seems to be doing alright. Go ahead and adjust that. Now let's see. The flaps are still coming out, but that's okay. Right. Here we go. Enjoy the replays, everybody. too terrible. I mean, I think we were floating and floating. I still had the power on a little bit there, and I let the power go, and then it just drops like a rock like I always do, so a little bit more practice, and I think that we will get a good result. So let's go ahead and back this back up here. Where's the replay tool? There it is. So we'll go ahead and back this back up and get a different view. From here we'll do just fine. See, right when I cut the power, she goes down, I pull up just in time. So I think it's definitely going to be a power on when the wheels touch the ground kind of scenario, because we were doing very well right here, very high. And then we cut the power and she drops, and yeah. But minus 263 in a large airplane like this, taking a while for the reversers to kick in after the replay. But there they go. So I wouldn't say that's too terrible. Minus 267, that's what I got yesterday. It's consistent, it's firm, but not hard. So that's cool, because that's the way the scale is. So we got firm, which means it was a little stiff. You can go ahead and get an exterior view now, I suppose. We'll go from right there. Super duper high. We touched down just after the last touchdown marker right there. Oh, yeah. Okay. We will get one more replay view from the front before we swan song us off here, folks. So we're going to come to the front, bring her back here, and then after this replay I'm going to reload the simulator and we'll get on with leg number 2. We were doing so well right here too. And then I'd let it get way too high.
200. 300. 200.
Super high.
50. 30. 20. 10. 9.
Yeah. That's the roughest angle. Definitely have to adjust the sensitivity of the rudder pedals a little bit for this one as well. But I'm happy with that. It's a rookie landing in this thing, I would say. Alright folks, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and jump out of the simulator real quick, reload everything. I'm going to throw the Be Right Back sign up, reload the simulator completely, get back in, get loaded back in here in Kingston, Jamaica, so we can head on now to San Juan, Puerto Rico in the iniBuilds A300. Thank you for those who have joined in so far. I'll be right back. Give it about 5 minutes. Could be a little longer than that. Just depends on how long it takes for this stuff to load. We all know how that goes. So, alright everybody, be right back. See you in a couple of minutes. Alright, we are back. The A300 currently in turnaround state on the ramp with the APU running just how we left it when we parked, except the air stairs have come and, Caribbean Airlines air stairs for whatever reason. But like I said, the reason why we've done this is the default scenery here is absolutely horrendous, and I couldn't really find any free replacements. There was one on flightsim.to, but it was outdated, and I had saw that someone had said that the ILS was not correct, which seems to be the case here, even on this. So, I'm wondering if they will fix this at some point, or I didn't check to see if there was a payware, but I wasn't about to spend money on an airport that I'm not really going to visit too frequently. But, as you can see, the airplane would spawn in right here, right where the taxi line is, but look at how the jetways are. It's just very odd. Don't know exactly what causes that and why it's like that, but I've seen this at other airports as well, so it's not just this one. But anyways, we had these large parking spots over here for larger airplanes, I would imagine. So, not sure if back in the day they parked the airplane over here and they used stairs versus using a jetway for the A300s at this airport. Who knows? We may be doing it realistically how they did it in real life and don't even know it. Anyways, enough rambling on about that. There's some work to do inside the airplane, so let's jump inside. New flight. So the IRS has to be realigned because we did have to restart the simulator. And the way the A300 works is you can't align the IRS until you've done the init information for your MC to use, so we'll have to wait for the IRS to align again, but that's only about 5 minutes, so that's no big deal. Let's go ahead and get started, shall we? Let's get everything entered in. We are departing Mike Kilo Juliet Papa. Mike Kilo Juliet Papa? Oops, let's get that out there. / we are going to Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet for San Juan, Puerto Rico. We'll enter that in, and now we can align the IRS. So we'll click align, and now that'll get that process started. Just to double make sure, let's come over here to our status page and see that we are 5 minutes for TTA, which is wonderful. Now, let's continue along with our init information. Actually, you know what? No, we need to do something. My flight, it's already imported here from SimBrief. We need to do something with our weight and balance. So we have 157 passengers coming with us on our way to San Juan. Nice load there, very nice. We'll apply the load to the airplane. And the fueling is starting now also. But we have all the information we need right here. So, coming down here to our init information to keep going. Our alternate airport is looking like it is going to be MDSD, which I believe is, I have no idea what MDSD is. Let's check that out. The alternate is what's that? Santo Domingo. Oh, the DR. Okay. So that would be in the DR. That's our alternate. Las Americas International Airport. So that's cool. Very nice. Happy we have that figured out. We've never flown there before, but maybe we can make a trip out there one day. Our cost index is going to be 25. Our cruising altitude is going to be 37,000 big ones, folks. We're going up to flight level 370. And we are American Airlines 2630, I think, right? Is that what we have? Yep, AA 2630. We'll enter that in. Okay. And our cruise wind is going to be 235. Oops. 235 at 3.9, really. So not a lot of wind out here, which is nice, so that'll help us out a little bit, I suppose. Alright, cool. Continue along, hit next page here. We need to initialize our weights. So our block fuel is going to be let's see, 33,931. 0.93, we get that entered in. Lovely. Our zero fuel weight, according to our little doohickey over here, is 231.17. There we go. Awesome. That's getting everything computed for us. Our zero fuel weight CG is coming in at 27.16. There we go. All of that is entered in. Lovely. Optimum flight level, 37,000 feet. Well, 37,700, but we're cruising at 370, which is very good. Optimum proficiency in our airplane, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go over to our flight plan now, because now it is time to make the magic happen. Taking a look at our flight plan here. Looks like we are departing runway 12, which is the exact runway that we just landed on. Makes sense. Departing runway 12 with the Aneca 7 SID. There it is. There we go. Lovely. We'll insert that in. From Aneca, we are hopping on a different airway, UL 577. Is that an option? It's not. Okay. Oh, no, I'm ridiculously incorrect about that, because I read the flight plan. From Aneca, we need to go to Quebec. I completely skipped a waypoint. That's the problem. From Quebec, we should be able to hop on the airway it wants us to, the UL 577, which is right here. And we are taking that to Antex. UL 577. What is happening here? There we go. That's really weird. How it didn't show up at first. Where is Antex? It's not an option. It's not that I saw. What the freak, everybody? UL 577. Nope, Antex is not an option. Well, gee willikers. Looks like we are gonna have to take a look at this here. Let's see. I might be able to jerry-rig this. Let's see what we get. Why are we not getting any possible airways here? Avalu is an option. So we're going to take Avalu. Hopefully that's not going to make our flight plan be frickin' weird. From Avalu. Where the heck is it? Ooh, okay. Alright, we're going to have to do a lot of direct tubes here. You know what? I don't feel comfortable with what I just did, popping in that airway. Let's see what it looks like first, before we do anything else. put this into plan, look at our screen right here and see what we're dealing with. Yeah, it's just what I figured. A big loop-de-loop. Okay. Well, looks like we're gonna have to delete all of this out. So we'll clear out Avalu, clear out GoTip, clear out Ovama, and Otelli. And then from Quebec, we'll just go direct Avalu. And I know you guys can't really see what I'm talking about because I'm looking at my charts here. From Avalu, we can go to PAP. Here we go. From PAP, Etbod. From Etbod, we can go to Hofer. Just having to plug all this in manually here, rather than being able to select the airway. No big deal. From there, you're flying right over the DR. I didn't like that. Okay, we'll go Antex. We'll take that. Yep, okay. So we'll fly right over the DR. And then, from Antex, we should be able to hop on another airway, if this likes us. Bravo 520 to BQN. There we go, it's there too. Lovely. I'm just Frankensteining this flight plan together, ladies and gentlemen. And we have a direct arrival too to runway 10. So from there, let's head over to our arrival. We'll use ILS 10, no star, via SJU. We'll insert, and that is our whole flight plan here. So let's just, again, go through it in its entirety and see what we can come up with. Oops, we have a discontinuity there that we need to yeet on out of there. There it is. Oopsies. Let's keep on looking. Oh my. That's something. Something's weird there. We'll figure it out when it comes to it. I think we'll be fine. We'll take that for now. Famous last words, right? Okay. Awesome. Now that we got that ready to go, we can come up here and get our pitch trims on, our yaw dampers on, and our engine ATSs on, which will allow us to enter in our autopilot information. So, one thing we still need to calculate as well is our performance. So we'll come over here to take off and approach. We will have to come over to our weight and balance tab. Oops, that's not it. The performance tab. And we are departing runway 12 here, but if we hit sync, it didn't change the runway, but it gave us our altimeter. But we're going runway 12. Everything's looking good here. We'll hit calculate. And would you look at that? It even gives us everything we need. So, VR is 159, rotate is 159, and V2 is 163. So 159, 159, 163. We enter in the master control panel over here. 163. Make sure it agrees now, which it does. Okay. Things looking good. Our acceleration altitude, though, is going to be 3,000 feet. The airplane, our first go-around, climbed like a bat out of hell. So, thrust reduction altitude of 1,500 I can agree with. Let's take a look. We're flexing to 63 degrees. So we'll come over here. Get flex 2. Set that to 63 degrees. Go. It is set. Okay. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to set our landing altitude. Now, being out in the Caribbean and San Juan, it's probably only going to be like 10 feet or something like that. It's not going to be anything wild. So if we look... Yep, 10 feet on the nose. Look at that. So we can leave that at 0. Nothing we need to do there. Let's continue along setting our autopilot. We are cruising for this flight at 37,000 feet. We like that, and we'll get our runway heading in as well. On runway 12, which is going to be 120 exactly, so click that up once, and we're good to go. I think it is time for us to be able to dismiss the stairs. Dismiss the stairs. We no longer need them. We are all boarded and ready to go. Prepare for pushback. Excuse me a moment. We're going to go live no camera for a moment so I can eat some lunch while we wait for the stairs to operate. Alright. Back inside the flight deck now. We are ready for push. With the exception of coming up here and getting the rest of our fuel pumps turned on. And then we also got to get our hydraulic pumps on as well. We forgot to turn those on initially. Whoops. Get that back to position. Cooling. Looking good. Okay. We'll go ahead and throw our beacon lights on now as well. And then we will ask GSX for pushback and cross our fingers that nothing breaks.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Uh-oh. The round power cart is still connected. Huh.
Departure check completed.
Okay.
Bypass
Thank
pin
goodness.
inserted.
Are we in Jamaica? Why is this dude British?
Unlocking gear.
They sure do take a while. There we go. Okay. We are going to go tail left.
Release parking brakes.
We're going to get our transponder set. And get our start switch over to crank A. And we will release our parking
Commencing
brakes.
push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Will do. Alright, we're going to go ahead and start engine 2 first. Start valve is open. We head on down here. We get 20% N2. We will initiate the fuel flow. And then pop over to the engines and have a listen. The only thing about that is the engine is awfully quiet. I mean, listen, you don't hear a thing. I mean, you can. It's just not loud.
Set parking brakes.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Okay, engine number 2. That's a good start. We'll go ahead and turn number 1. And 2 has rotation. 20% will engage fuel flow and go over to the wing.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
All right. Looks like we have a nice start of engine number 1. Lovely. Which means now we can come up over here, make sure we have our beacons on, which they still are. We get our taxi lights on. The seatbelt sign comes on. That should have been on a long time ago. We can get our ignition off. Make sure all of our bleeds are on and that everything is looking nice, which it is. Okay. Everything is looking groovy. We gotta go ahead and get our flaps down to 15 degrees, so we'll come back down here and watch that happen. Okay, lovely. I do believe that we are ready to go, so we're going to go ahead and release our parking brake. And just like that, the airplane is rolling forward. Like I said, you have to be careful when it comes to this airplane, because it can run away from you. Alright, we're going to pull forward up here and make a right-hand turn. That'll be on the taxiway Alpha. And that'll take us all the way to runway 12. Rather simple taxi here. Rather simple airport schematic. It's not anything too crazy. Like I said, I just kind of wish the default scenery was a little bit better than what you get. But that's okay. Not everything can be perfect, I suppose. Oh, we gotta go this way, not that way. Whoa! There we go. Probably watching me from the tower like, what in the hell? Okay. Awesome. Go ahead and get the camera back on now as I am finished with my lunch. The airplane isn't running away from us. Interesting. We'll go ahead and give it some power then. Just a tad bit of power. Give us a little speed boost. Very nice looking scenery though, as far as the water goes and the mountains and all the terrain. That's all looking lovely. I'll give that that. Oh yeah, we didn't get our altimeters set. That is something that we need to do. 3003. There we go. We need to get our trim set as well to 0.1 up. Which is like nothing. It's like right there. That'll do. I wish I could have flown on an A300 in my lifetime. Looks like that's not going to happen, though. I'm not sure how many remain in active service. I do know that DHL operates quite a handful in Asia. They moved their A300s to Asia quite some time ago. Alright, folks, here is our runway. Line up nice and center here, then set our parking brake and just make sure we are all configured for takeoff. Alright, all lined up, parking brake is set. We need to go up to the overhead here, get our landing lights on, our beacons up into auto, our APU we need to turn off because we never shut it off after start. Whoops. Okay, everything is looking nice, flaps are set to 15. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, what do you say we get this airplane on out of here, get this back to map, get our constraints on, flight director, make sure that's on, and directing. Okay. Awesome. Enjoy, everybody. Let's go. Departure out of Kingston, Jamaica, heading for San Juan, Puerto Rico. And rotate. Up she goes. Positive rate, gear up. Alright, there's 1,500 feet. Let's go ahead and get climb power dialed in. Alright, there goes acceleration altitude. We'll bring up our flaps. Lower the nose of the airplane. Still flying manually. Alright, we're putting our slats up. Perfect. We'll go ahead and select profile. We'll nav, then profile, and then we'll turn on our autopilot. There it is. Autopilot has taken control, and up we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a lovely departure out of Kingston, Jamaica, everybody, on our way to San Juan, Puerto Rico, in the lovely iniBuilds A300. The airplane's very light, so we are climbing very rapidly almost 4,000 feet per minute here on the climb out of Kingston. We only have about an hour and 30-minute flight over to San Juan. Like I said, look at that climb rate. We are absolutely screaming out of Jamaica. Still keeping at 250 knots. We are about to go above 10,000 feet. There's 10,000. Let's go ahead and get our landing lights off. The airplane as well should be lowering its ascent rate to speed up to 317 knots, as we have indicated here. And we are increasing our speed as we climb out to our cruising altitude straight out of Jamaica to 37,000 feet. Airplane still climbing also. Let's head back into the flight deck here. Just passing through 15,000 feet. And we have to be above flight level 9,000. Flight level 090, which we are well above on our way out of Kingston. Leaving Jamaica behind, heading for San Juan, Puerto Rico. I've been to San Juan. It's very nice. Very, very nice. There goes 18,000 feet, which means we can enter in standard altitude of 29902 on our altimeters. There we go, 29902. Same thing with our standby. We're back up. Alright. Making a nice left-hand turn now that we've just gone past Aneka, heading on our way to Quebec. On our way up to 37,000 feet. We're about an hour and 23 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Not too much longer. Only about 600 nautical miles in between Kingston, Jamaica, and San Juan. Like I said, this leg is not anything that American Airlines operated that I'm aware of. Could they have possibly done them in real life? Yes. Look at that, a windscreen. I mean, a sunscreen. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think that they operated these legs. The first leg that we did in this stream heading to Jamaica by way of Orlando was an actual scheduled service, and a popular one for their A300s. Now, I tried researching some older routes, like older American Airlines A300 routes, maybe from the 80s, and I couldn't really find anything. Because you gotta remember, back then, their ETOPS wasn't a thing yet. So in order for an airplane to fly over the ocean, it had to have 4 engines, or more than 2. Which is why the MD-11 and DC-10s, first, that was their wide-body choice, so it could fly over the ocean. And the A300, I know, played a very big part in making ETOPS a thing, having highly reliable twin-engine operations. So, without the A300, we wouldn't have had very much of that. Now that we are well above 18,000 feet, I think we can go ahead and turn off the seatbelt sign, as well as get some tunes bumping in here. How does that sound, everybody? It's a good tune. Hope everybody is having a great New Year's weekend. Happy New Year to all of those of which the New Year has already occurred. If anybody watching is from that part of the world. Excuse me. Get out of here. You know, I can't figure out for the life of me, in order to have the landing rate monitor on, you have to have the toolbar tips on, which is what that was right there. And it says that you can adjust the frequency of which they occur, and I, for the life of me, cannot find them. If anybody knows, do your boy a favor and drop a hint. $27,500 feet in the A300. What a lovely airplane this is. one year. Make yourself known. Just passed 32,000 feet on our way up to flight level 370, going up nice and high for this leg. Ground speed 458 knots, Mach 7.8. We should be getting a little bit more speed as we increase in our altitude here, but we'll see. About 1 hour and 9 minutes to go. Nice turn here over Quebec. And now we are facing, I believe, where we're about to fly over now. So we're going to be flying directly over Port-au-Prince. So straight ahead of us is Haiti. Then after that, we'll be flying over the DR. And then right into San Juan. So we'll be beginning our descent over the Dominican Republic. So not much more ocean view to go on the rest of this journey, folks. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and throw the restroom break sign up, everybody. I need to use the little air pilot's room. Be right back. Alright, I have returned. Anybody here with me? Nope. So it goes. Guess that's what happens when I go away for several months. But cheers to nobody who may see this somehow in the future. This beer's for you. Doing on the progress here. 404 nautical miles to go. About 53 minutes here to go. Yes, a delicious beer. Ooh, look at that scenery, huh? Very nice. about 51 minutes to go, everybody. So we will be ending our journeys today in San Juan, Puerto Rico. .374 nautical miles to go, now 373. Excuse me. Now, I wonder if we are going to have the same issue with the top of descent that we did on the last flight. Now, that could be an issue. Only because it seemed like it just had us descending 99 miles from our destination, and that's just for a plane cruising at 35,000 feet. That seems awfully unrealistic. Perhaps we shall see. But other than that, the flight is going completely smooth and fantastic. We don't have any memos, obviously. Engines are all running great. Nothing alarming. We are cruising. Flying over Haiti currently for about to make our way into the Dominican Republic. In fact, right off our nose is Port-au-Prince. Port-au-Prince, right down there. Doesn't look like much from all the way up here, but it's there. Anybody have any good plans going on for New Year? Anybody doing anything fun? Excuse me. We'll be descending in about, give it about 120 nautical miles or so. So, and I would say another 15 minutes, we will start our descent into San Juan. Should be a very nice arrival, very simple. Pretty textbook. We can start viewing our charts just to make sure we have everything
Alright, so let's grab the chart for ILS runway 10. San Juan. It's a direct arrival. So no sit or stall. So let's see what this looks like here. Oh yeah, we'll fly straight up. It doesn't get much more simple than that, folks. "41 minutes to go." Thank you. Oh, FiFine. Alright. Hopefully the Survivor will go better than the last one. We'll try not to come in too high again. Although I nailed San Juan yesterday. Just gotta get used to this airplane and the way it falls after... It's not like a 7.3 where you lower the power and it's just a swift and smooth, buttery piece of machinery. This one here, at least for me, I find that power is everything. I'm talking cutting power at 5 feet. $191 nautical miles to go. Start descending in about 40 nautical miles or so. Alright. So, before we start our descent here, optimal flight level is 369. We're at 37. Let's get a look at our charts. But all I know is we have to be at 1,500 feet before Tinny. We are going a direct arrival, meaning we don't have a SID or a star. So, we don't have a SID or a star. What am I saying? We don't have a star. And I believe... yeah, you see, I mean... it's not giving us a top of descent readout there, even though with 164 nautical miles to go, you'd think that we'd see something. I don't think that this number is correct. There's something not right here. Hmm. 1650. Yeah, we still got another 45 minutes. This number is wrong. We have much farther than 151 to destination. Good thing I'm not going based off of that. It's interesting. I don't know if that's a bug with the airplane or what, but it says we have 141 nautical miles, or now 140, to our destination. Let's look at FlyLive and see what that has to say. Distance to go 238, yeah. So this is off. Oh, now look at that, it updates to 210. Look at that. What in the hell? Yeah, something's not right. Good thing, because I was like, oh wow, we're going to start descending in like 10 nautical miles, and something's not agreeing. So I'm not sure what's up with that, but it's interesting. My gut instinct is telling me that we are going to be descending probably like right just before Antex will start. It's not giving us that, though. We should be able to see it. So, who knows? This is a new release, so it could just be weird and temperamental. All by myself. Is this on Vatsen? It is not, my friend. We are just having these skies to ourselves today. I don't do Vatsen flying just because it's a lot for me to keep up on, and I like to talk a lot, you know, when people do join in. This is my first stream in quite a while, so that way, like, when the viewers are on, I talk to them, and I, you know, just have a feeling I'd miss radio calls, so no Vatsim or pilotage or anything like that, but maybe one day in the future I'll gain the actual gumption to do it, you know? Foot is back, alright. And the A300's being a little weird because our distance to go was incorrect. So our distance to go was ticking down to 140 or so, and then we watched it tick up to 200. So a little weird. But there is our arrival right there in front of us. San Juan, Puerto Rico. Got about 180 nautical miles to go or so. And we're going to start descending in probably, I want to say, about 10 minutes. We'll start making our way down to San Juan and hopefully get this big old hunk of metal in without any problems. But we shall see. Just played Microsoft Flight Simulator after like 4 months. Nice. I hope you enjoyed being back into it, Foot. I went on a little break myself for a little while. Sometimes it's needed. Yeah, that A330, you know, from what I've read about it, I read that it's pretty decent, you know, and don't expect study level, but the systems, as far as I've heard, are pretty well detailed and everything. I think it probably uses the default Microsoft Flight Simulator, the Asobo A320's flight interface and stuff, or whatever you want to call it. And they just reworked it to fit an A330, so I mean, yeah, definitely looks worth. I'm not sure how much it is. I think it's only like $24 or so, or $32, I think, which is not a bad price for that. Last time I watched it was like 12 a.m. in Italy. Oh boy. What time is it now? You at 7 o'clock UK. All right, 2:31 for us here. Let's hope we can stick this landing, man. Can't believe I met you 2 years ago. Has it been 2 years? Oh, I think it's only been one. Actually, like 1.5. Yeah, you're right. It's probably going on 2 years. It is wild. '15 in March, nice. Oh boy. To be 15 again. 13 years ago. So close, folks. So close. Very, very happy, though, that I caught on to the fact that our McDo was off, and it's still off by quite a considerable margin. You can see here, SJU, TJSJ, our airport, our arrival, is more than 160 nautical miles away. But if you look down here, our McDo is telling us it's 143. So, and it's only off by about 40 nautical miles or so. Well, maybe not quite that much. Probably like 20 nautical miles. So it begs the question, why? It's weird. What am I doing for New Year's? Absolutely nothing. I don't even know if I will make it up to the new year. I will probably be asleep and wake up and be like, yay, 2024. What do you got planned, Foot? You partying? Oh, haha, same. Our actual distance to go is 160. 161. And this is showing 133. So quite odd. At least I can stay up to like 1 a.m. Yeah, wait till you get my age. When you hit your late 20s, that goes downhill real fast. Trust me, it gets to be like 8:30 and I'm dozing off on the couch sometimes. Take a look outside. Rest in peace, headphone users. I warned you. Go to bed whenever you want. Yeah, no, I can't. You know, I try to be into work for 7 a.m., so I need my beauty rest. If I don't get enough sleep, if I don't get much sleep, you know, am a little cranky in the morning, so I like to get as much sleep as I possibly can. We have visitors. Well, make yourselves known. Yeah, I wake up at 5:30. 5:30, give or take. Okay. Went to Tenerife on Wednesday. Nice. Alright, we gotta start descending, folks. It's that time. So we'll bring this down to 10,000 and we will see if this will take us down on its own or if it's going to be annoying. Level change. Let's see, 250 on the speed. Alright. Level change is activated. UCY landing was pretty smooth. Some passenger had discomfort, but luckily she was alright. Oh, good. Always glad to hear. But down we go, folks. Descent has started to get on down to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Thought she was pregnant and she was going to have a baby? Jeez. Cheers, folks. You guys want to take a guess, take a stab at the landing rate guesses, anyone? We got 264 last time, which is still firm. A little stiff, but it's not hard, according to the landing rate monitor and the profile for the airplane, so fine with that. Just firm. Minus 126, yeah. I'm going to try for under minus 200. And I think what I'm going to do is when I cut the power, I have to be a lot more smooth with it. Because what I've been doing is I just slam the power levers down. And I think that might be the problem. So I think if I smoothly lower the power levers down rather than just slamming them down, I'll be good. It's true if we get minus one. That's terrible. it's dangerous. I don't know about dangerous, but pretty smooth. I mean, I doubt you feel a thing. About 117 nautical miles out. We are going to take over for the level change, though. And we are going to call vertical speed. Keep us down at about 2,000 feet per minute on the descent rate, because I think that's what happened last time. Or not last time, the first time I ever flew the A300. I put it on level change and walked away, thinking that it was going to act more like a VNAV, and it didn't. I left the room for about 10 minutes and came back, and we were at 1,500 feet per minute, which was just starting to happen there, which really isn't where you want to be. You want to be more at like 2,000, 2,100, somewhere around there. Yeah, if we look at our constraints right here, we got to be at 2,200 feet by the time we reach Tinner, which is going to be pretty dang close to our arrival. I'm pretty sure that's the 10-mile final. So if we get this down to 2,200, we should be right on track. Maybe a little early. Yeah, we'll be right on track, maybe a little early, but manually doing your descents isn't really that difficult. I just gotta read the manual and see if I'm doing something wrong. I think this has VNAV features, but we didn't get our top of descent there. And this was incorrect as well. Just like it's telling us how our destination is 64 nautical miles away, and that's just not the case. It is not the case. It's right here, directly in front of our faces. So I don't know what the deal with that is. It's interesting. Could be a bug though from the A300. This is day 2 after all for its release. And I'm pretty sure it's already been updated. But I bought it after it was already updated to 1.01. Oh look, now we have a top of descent. Oh no, we don't. Never mind. I thought that was the top of descent thing right there, but it's not. But we are doing well with our descent. The airplane, of course, is going to lose speed the further we go down, and eventually we will be slowing the airplane down ourselves. Someone, a stream, searched it up, and it's due to something about the air or something. Can't remember. Interesting. I've never heard of it. Still looking okay. Okay, I suppose while we are a good distance away, we can get our lovely ILS situated here. So we gotta come down here to our ILS radio and enter in 109.7, like so, and an approach course of 101 degrees. 101. Perfect. We will also want to enter our decision height up here, which is going to be 260. Perfect. And then we also need to enter that in down here. 260. See, our approach speed is 126, so the airplane is very light. We took off very light. You know, not very long of a route for how big of an airplane this is, but back in the 90s and the early 2000s when they were flying the A300s on these routes, you know, there was high demand. High demand for it. And they made it profitable, I suppose, or else they wouldn't be doing it, right? This is leg number 2. Second and final. Start slowing the airplane down to get below 250 knots at 10,000 feet. We're just passing below 16,000. Not much longer to go until our skills will really be put to the test. Big Jet is doing a New Year's plane spotting at 9 p.m. UK time until 1 a.m. Nice. You know, I always wake up to live streams like his. All the time, plane spotting. I wake up to them in the middle of the night, and it's usually somewhere like Heathrow or somewhere like that, or Gatwick. And I wake up to it, and I'm like, God. I love airplanes, but waking up to that sometimes is... Just me, or is my camera fuzzy? Will indeed open up our speed brake a little bit to help slow us down. And we will also silence the music. There we go. And we will turn up the volume for the simulator all the way up. And that's one thing I will say. The sounds on the iniBuilds, what the heck was that? Does that come from the game? Where'd that come from? That was weird. Did anyone else hear that, or is it just me? The one thing... I completely lost my train of thought now. I don't remember what I was going to say. Need to go eat dinner. I'll be back, hopefully, if you haven't ended. Alright, sounds good, my friend. Enjoy. We'll be on the ground in probably about 10 minutes, I would assume. If not, Happy New Year. Yes, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you very much, and I hope it is a good one for you and yours. It's a visitor and a family dinner. We all know how long that takes. Oh, absolutely. It's one of those moments where you feel like sometimes you can never leave. Alright, let's start slowing the airplane down now to probably about 220, let's say we'll do. Will you stream this week? Yeah, I was thinking about scheduling a few more later on tonight. Alright, Foot, take care, and I'll see you later. Happy New Year. Alright, one thing that I forgot that we had to do was set our altimeters, because I'm just so used to doing it automatically. And for some reason, you know, the auto, the cheat, the B function doesn't work in the A300, at least not from what I've seen, so we actually have to go to the airport weather and enter it in ourselves, which is okay. It's kind of fun. 30 decimal points. And same thing with our backup. Okay, altimeter set. We are under 250 knots at 10,000, but we failed to get our landing lights on, but that's okay. They are on now. Better late than never. This is where we also need to make a slight course correction and deviate over just a tad. Unless we just go direct tenor. Yes, that seems like a good idea. Let's come over here, we'll go direct. Just choose tenor, insert that. Perfect. Now we don't have to worry about that. We'll be direct right on in. We fixed the problem. Coming down to 220 knots, which is exactly what we want. Speed is looking perfect. And that's one thing that I found a little bit difficult with this airplane, is getting the speed under control. And I did it during the first arrival today, where we came in a little bit too fast, a little bit too soon. So I'm thinking that we need to have a decel moment here, and try to get to 2,200 feet a little sooner, so we have a chance. But I'm thinking what we're going to do is we're just going to gradually slow the airplane down, which it is. We are gradually getting slower. So if we want to get down to 200 now, the airplane, the engines will go to idle, and we should have a slow reduction to 200 knots. And what will help us out with that is slowly increasing our vertical speed as we get closer. That'll decrease our speed as well. Like I said, I just found it very difficult to get the speed under control. We'll lower the slats at 200 knots. And then we'll lower the speed down to 180 or so. Once we get a little bit closer, I'll also arm ILS mode. Come over here and select landing mode, which will allow our airplane to intercept the ILS heading, take left, and we'll be right in line for a 10-mile final. Slowing the airplane down even more for us. We're coming up on about a 25-mile final here. Get the airplane down to 200 knots. And then we'll lower the slats about 10 nautical miles from Tinner. That'll help us slow the airplane down some more. We are at 800 feet per minute on the descent rate, which is pretty standard. Everything's looking okay from the wings. Beautiful scenery here over Puerto Rico. I already asked, but I had to go 1 second. Okay. Like I said, in regards to the mod, I don't think we need any. The Discord isn't exactly popping. You know what I mean? And I can manage it myself, but thank you for your interest, though, for sure. Alright, let's go ahead and get our slats lowered. And get our speed down to 180. I have visual sight with the runway up here. There it is. And I think about now, come over here and turn landing mode on. And ILS mode on as well. As we prepare to intercept for runway 10. We will also lower the speed to 170. caught on the localizer, so the airplane is just doing its thing to get lined up straight. Nothing out of the ordinary. Bring the speed down to 160. As we go to flaps 15. There we are, all lined up with the runway. The airplane is performing fantastic. Just approaching a 10-mile final. Let's go through our checklists here. Landing lights are on, everything's good there. Spoilers, arm those. Auto brake. Hit that down to medium. It will never let us. I imagine that's because we need to have the gear down before we can arm the auto brake. Right, we are at 160 knots. We are going to be ready to drop the gear. Momentarily. We start making our final descent towards the runway, which will be momentarily here. Once this diamond reaches this midpoint here, the airplane will start descending. When that happens, we will drop the gear, add another notch of flaps, and lower our speed to 140. So there it goes. The airplane is starting to descend. We're going to go gear down. Lower our speed to 145. Then go flaps 30. Get our speed down to 140. Which once we hit 140, we will go flaps full, and then 126 on the speed. Right, there goes 140, so we'll select flaps full, and then we will ask for 126 on our speed. More like 130. 126 was a little much. But we're coming up on the point of 1,000 feet anyway, which is where we will take over for the airplane and the autopilot. So there we go. Let's go, folks. Let's get her in. Oh yeah. The replay. Start it. Okay. Back on the center line here. You know the classic MB landings, guys. We always got to be a little high and a little off center.
14, 13, 20, 10, 5,
290, man. Jeez. Well, we tried, folks. All right, we made it. Did much better that time, with how stable the approach was towards the end. But God, getting her to butter is tough. Alright folks, we're going to go ahead and do the replay, and then that is going to be it for today. Stop the recording. Hit play on the replay.
100.
There we are. Enjoy this first view, folks. .278. So I'm consistent, at least. We're putting her down firm every time, but I mean, hey, I'll take it. Not bad for only 3 landing attempts so far. Let's go back and get another solid view there for everybody. We'll go this time over here. Not a bad angle there either. Let's take a look at the outside. Well, we're definitely going to see a crunch, but not a crunch, but we're going to see exactly how hard we put it down. Like you said, not the worst thing ever. Definitely a little rattling at 279. A firm landing, but successful nonetheless. We don't need to pull in for any inspections or anything, which is nice. Okay, folks, that is going to do it for today. I will leave you with one more replay view from the inside of the airplane. We'll go right in from the nose for everybody. Alright, Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you so much for joining, those that are here. I hope you all have a fantastic New Year. Happy 2024 and adios to 2023. I'll be scheduling some more streams that'll possibly be coming up next week, or maybe I'll even throw up a stream tomorrow. Who knows? Alright, folks. Happy New Year. Take care. Don't drink too much tonight. Bye-bye for now.